Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is in panel today, January 7th, 2025. The time is now 8:51. We're in headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, on my left is Ms. Stapleton. Virtually, we have right. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Domingo Montreal Gale, 743-528.
Okay. Mr. Gale, you're before this panel today because of parole violation allegations. And what we're going to do is we're going to ask you some questions. And but before we even start, I want to make sure you have a parole violation revocation paper in front of you that you have your signature on.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
Okay, so you were not eligible for appointed counsel, but you have retained Mr. Marcus Allen as the attorney. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Mr. Allen, at the appropriate time, we'll call on you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. We also have in attendance India LeBlanc, your girlfriend, and Nicole Gale, your mother. I'm going to read out the allegations against you, and I would like for you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. And you don't need to provide your statement until after, okay? You are accused of violation number 2, in which you failed to report for the following months: November and December 2023, January through September of 2024. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
I have 2 parts on number 4. The first one, on or about 10/16/2023, you engaged in criminal conduct by committing the offense of home invasion. How do you plead on that one?
Not guilty.
On the second part of that, well, I will note that on 9/25/2024, the charge was refused. On 9/11/2024, you engaged in criminal conduct by committing the offense of domestic abuse battery. How do you plead on that?
Not guilty.
Noting for the record that charge was also refused 10/16/2024. You have failed to maintain monetary obligation and currently are arrears of $882 in supervision fees. That's violation number 10. How do you plead on that?
Not guilty.
Okay. At this time, we are going to allow Mr. Allen. How would you like to handle? Would you like to speak, or would you allow Ms. LeBlanc and Ms. Gale to go first?
Your Honor, I would like to, one, I think that a couple of those answers that he gave, he may have meant to do not guilty with a statement.
Okay.
Because some of the, fees are objective. It's either paid or not paid. And I think appearance is another objective, but there are some rational reasons that needs to be stated. With that being said, I just wanted to enter those on Domingo's behalf so that they can be spoken to. I would go ahead and submit to his mother and the alleged victim, Miss India, to go prior to.
Which ones should be with statement? 2, 4A, 4B, or 10?
The one that he did not appear before his probation officer, not guilty with a statement. There were some circumstances that caused that.
Okay.
And that last one about the fees, unless those fees have been paid recently, that's an objective finding. I think there's a not guilty with a statement on that one as well.
Okay, then I will go ahead and allow Ms. Gale, the offender's mother, to speak.
Can we do Miss India, since the charges that were alleged, although they were refused, she was the alleged victim in those charges?
We'll let her speak next. Ms. Gale, go ahead. They'll both speak.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Domingo Gale's mother, and I'm just on his behalf that I just want to let everybody know my son is not a bad person. He has a good heart. He does wonderful for his kids. He he just got, he just had a lot going on. He's been through so much in the past. He got hit by a car. He had a lot of ill going on with him, you know. So that's why he didn't pay, you know, some of the things he couldn't work. He got hit by a car. He had 4 surgeries. He had, well, 5. And, it allowed him to push him back a little bit. But it's not that he didn't want to pay. Later on, he started off as a greeter to Walmart until he worked his way up. But he was trying, he wanted to do right. He started school for air conditioning and refrigeration. Just doing well for himself, just doing good. He never got in trouble or anything. He was just trying to stay on the right path, you know. And then this came about, which didn't happen, and I'm just a mother that, that if it happened, it happened, but it didn't happen. And, I just want my son to come home,
I understand.
just
Thank you very much for being here and making those statements. It's always, mamas always stand behind their children.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, at this time, we'll allow Miss India LeBlanc to make a statement.
Okay, hello, how are you?
Good.
My name is India LeBlanc, and I am Domingo Gale's mother of his children. And also at the time, like I said, we were around each other, but we haven't been around each other in a year. We do have a background of back and forth, little minor calls to the police and stuff. So the day that this happened, we were actually coming inside from the hurricane. Domingo had went to work that day or whatnot. I had cooked food. The children were home. He was coming over to help me with the children, and we had just moved, so we still had things to do. And we walked outside because my oldest son still had football practice and my youngest daughter still had cheerleading practice, and we was going to take them to practice. My friend was taking us, and amongst going outside, they had 2 sheriffs arrive, and the sheriffs like just got out on us, and they started saying how basically they had got a call from us, and I'm like, no, sir, you never got a call from us. And they like, well, is anything wrong with you? Is anything wrong with your body? And I'm like, nothing's wrong with me. I'm just taking my children to school. They was like, step away from the vehicle. And they made me back up, but I didn't know what was going on, but they asked for Domingo. So I thought they just knew him, or they didn't say his name, but they asked, where is he? They said, where is he? And then when they said, where is he? I'm like, who? And I'm thinking just, they talk about him. So I was like, he's in the house, but they started to walk towards my house or whatnot. But amongst being arrested and released, the address said 300 Fox Run. My address is 400 Fox Run. I do have my lease with me if anybody needs to be emailed my lease or anything. But we were both arrested, but I felt like I was also arrested because I said he didn't hit me. It's like I was being forced to say he hit me. But really, they run in his background, and the officer that arrested him said he was being arrested for a warrant for home invasion prior a year ago, which was also with me that I wrote an affidavit on a year ago because a cop made a statement saying Domingo broke in my house. Domingo never broke in my house. I had also that from my real estate agent. I have a police report that said I told them the kids were playing outside and a ball had came through the window or something, and we had to fix the window. So Domingo wasn't even present at that time or whatnot. And then so amongst that, they was taking him to jail, they claimed, because of that. But the officer that was arresting me was trying to make it seem like were arresting me because I didn't want to write down that he hit me, but we were in a domestic. They had a call on a domestic, but we had never called the police. Mind you, we had just cooked, we were taking the children inside. I just had moved in this apartment, maybe not even 2 days. So
Okay.
I don't know. I just felt like we were kind of being stereotyped at the time. I mean, he works, he take care of his kids. We never been having issues at all. He stays out of trouble for the most part. He's a really good guy. I mean, and it's crazy that we're being always stereotyped or, you know, contradicted based off of our arrest record or just prior things. And domestic is something big. Also, the officer was contacting me personally after I got released from jail, trying to meet with me, saying he liked me. I'm not sure. So I feel like that's conflict of interest, because did you arrest my kid's dad because of that? Like, I had to block the number. And I also have messages of that as well.
Okay. Mr. Allen, if you would like to make a statement now, would be the appropriate time.
Yes, ma'am. First addressing India LeBlanc. As I said in our probable cause hearing, I think that Ms. LeBlanc gives the statement, and I think that based upon her statements then, as well as what she said today, you see why the charges have been dismissed. Inappropriate activity by the officer. She tells you as a victim that she wasn't a victim, that she felt that they were purely looking to arrest Mr. Domingo Gale. And so with all this being before the district attorney's office, those charges were refused. Those charges were refused because you have a crime where a victim is saying there was no crime. So I think that the evidence and her words here today before this board, as well as any prior board, should speak for itself. As regards to the things, so let's deal with the objective finding that Mr. Gale didn't report. As you heard from his mother, Mr. Gale, soon after he got out, he hit the ground running. He got a job. He progressed in that job. He went to continue his education. And as he was continuing doing those things, he was also taking care of the obligations of trying to be a father raising those kids. Unfortunately, Mr. Gale got into a vehicle crash, not a soft tissue crash. He had 4 surgeries. So this placed him in a position where he was not able to make money. He was not able to meet those obligations that were necessary by the parole board at that time, or his parole officer at that time. I think that if we speak to his officer would tell him that, would tell this board that he had knowledge, because he did go to see Domingo. He did verify that Domingo had suffered some serious injuries that would require orthopedic therapy, and that Mr. Domingo was not working. I think that that ties into the other issue, is that because he was not working and because he was incapacitated in terms of his physical condition, he could not go and meet with his parole officer or probation officer. With that being said, when he was able to, I think that he was nervous and scared based upon what he spoke upon at the hearing. He was nervous and scared based upon the old theories of probation and plus what's out there in the streets, that once you go there, they're going to arrest you. And I think in his mindset, he did not want to be held. He did not want to be arrested. So with that particular circumstance and his perception of it, and let me do say this, that the parole officer or probation officer at the probable cause hearing, she did state, hey, probation and parole is new now. We have a new mindset now. And I just told her that probably needs to get more marketed and put out there, because a lot of people are just afraid that they can go in there to try to make things right and end up being incarcerated. Mr. Gale is a first-time offender in anything that he has done. He doesn't have a history of crime and violence. Mr. Gale is a young man that got knocked off track, one due to not his own situation. So he has a record that caused the police, when they came, to point him out and look for him. So I would ask that this board consider his history. I would ask that this board consider the alleged victim's comments. I would like this board to consider his mother's comments, and hopefully give Mr. Domingo an opportunity to continue on the path at an early age to get his life on the right track. This has been devastating for him. He's been in jail for quite some time. So I would ask that this board consider all the surrounding circumstances in rendering its decision. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Gale, why don't you speak for yourself at this point now? Tell me your side of the story.
Me and my kid's mother, we haven't talked for a little while, but we agreed to co-parent because we knew that it was hurting the children. My kids love me and I love them with all my heart. It hurts my heart to stay away from them. That day I was at work. It was the week of the hurricane. So she asked me to come over to help out, bring groceries and stuff like that. I brought groceries. I had just helped her with the money to move in her new apartment. We was talking about some things, you know. We never hit each other. We never had physical altercations like that. We never had those type of problems before, and I don't know why they said we have a history of that because we really don't. Um, Arguments, I mean, no relationship is perfect. But for the most part, I love my kid's mother. I just want the best for her. I mean, she explained everything to the T. I wasn't running from anything when the cops knocked on the door. I opened the door for them. They said in the report, as I can remember, that I had scratches on my wrists and blood on my pants. I didn't. I felt like if I did, they would have taken pictures of it. I told them she never hit me. I never hit her. Um, I mean, the home invasion, I wasn't nowhere near my kid's mom's house that day. I had a plate in my arm. I had staples in my neck, my chest. I couldn't even commit that type of crime. I wasn't in the condition to. And I wouldn't, even if I was in the condition to, I wouldn't put my kids or their mama in that type of danger. It's unfortunate, you know. I'm a good person. I would never harm anybody. I don't have a criminal history of harming people. I can't even tell you the last time I got in a fight.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you that the police reports and y'all's rendition is very different. But I'm gonna ask Ms. Stapleton to go ahead and ask some questions at this time.
Hey, Mr. Gale, just heard the police reports and what you're saying are very different. I show that, on, July of 2021, you were arrested for domestic abuse battery with child endangerment. And on December the 6th of 2022, same thing, domestic abuse battery with child endangerment. Also, you were on a parole violation for marijuana at that same time. You're looking like you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, ma'am. For
Okay,
marijuana.
but that's what's on here. And then also there seems to be mutual aggression because your partner, India, she has been arrested numerous times also with aggravated assault and one with aggravated assault with a firearm, battery of a dating partner. Those are all very dangerous things because a lot of them are with child endangerment. Children are present. Who called the police on y'all this time that you say? I mean, somebody called. Y'all know?
No, ma'am. I never called the police. I don't know about my initial charge that I served time for and that I'm on parole for is for possession of marijuana. I don't have a marijuana. I never got caught with marijuana again after that.
Okay, so, but it does show that you've been arrested before for domestic violence. Both of y'all. So anyway, your attorney was talking about that probation and parole are seeing things different, and this is what I want to read that they say. Due to the findings at the preliminary hearing and the public safety of the children who were present during the incident on 9/11/2024, the Lafayette District recommends revocation. It would also be a good thing if you would attend a domestic violence program. I can't make India do that. She's not the person that we're talking about today. She's not on parole or probation, so that's for you. And And that is for me, a main interest is the children. Also, I wanted to ask something. It said here that the Faith House helped to get the apartment that she's in. And you both show that as your current address, although it does say the 300 instead of the 400, like she was saying. But anyway, the current address that y'all are living together. A lot comes if a domestic violence shelter helps a woman get relocated. It usually the partner and the husband is not supposed to be living with them. Is that okay with the Faith House?
She's never been a member of the Faith House, and she could confirm that. I don't know where that comes from, ma'am. She's never been a member of the Faith House.
No, that they helped her get her apartment.
No,
No, they
ma'am,
did not.
I helped her get her apartment, ma'am.
Mhm.
Didn't have anything to do with it.
No, ma'am.
I haven't been to the Faith House. This apartment is in my name. I've paid my full rent. He helped me. He the only person helped me with my kids. And the days that we got arrested, 3 police came for 300 Fox Run. They came whenever he was incarcerated. They knocked on my door again. I had just got released. It was like 9:17. They knocked on my door hard and was saying they had another call for domestic again. They made a mistake again. I recorded it. I could email it to anyone, to his lawyer, to send to you. They made a mistake twice. I walked to them at the corner and I said, will this be a continuous problem? Because my kid's dad is sitting in jail right now for something they say we had domestic, just because we have a background. And you're saying I have aggravated assault. That all has been dismissed. Again, we're being stereotyped continuously. And it's crazy at this point because,
Well,
of course, my children will be present.
Where I'm reading this from is the narrative in the police report. During the course of this investigation, it was learned that India is living at the address after receiving assistance from the Faith House. According to India, the Faith House helped her get the apartment after being involved in a domestic altercation with Domingo. However, Domingo now lives with India in the apartment. So that's from the police report. Anyway, so that's basically my concerns. The presence of the children during these domestic violence assaults. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Can I speak at this time?
Mr. Allen, I will allow you to speak, yes.
I thank you. I thank you. As a representative of Mr. Domingo, I'm hearing that you are basing and giving a lot of weight to a police narrative. Now, from an attorney standpoint, police narratives are hearsay, and they are reviewed by the district attorney's office. Those narratives that you are reading and giving great weight to have been reviewed prior to ever getting to this stage, and they were denied. And that means that they feel that they cannot reach the burden of proof, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, you're using those narratives and you're giving weight to them. From what I'm hearing, that this is leaning towards a revocation, whether that revocation came from the probation and parole at the hearing or whatever, because I didn't get those documents until this morning. 45 pages of documents I got this morning. However, I was there. Now, I do know that if this person was convicted, if Domingo was convicted and had his right to due process, then that would be a different finding. Because that at that point, the police would have been under questioning, witnesses would have been under questioning and everything. But here we have the actual victim here who is putting on statements and saying, hey, this stuff in this narrative is not true. So it's almost what I'm seeing here is that they could not convict him in a court of law under due process, which is why they did not bring it. But it seems to me right now, this is getting ready to be used against him as though those statements are accurate and true. And I just have a problem with that, because if that's the case, then we could have went to court, found him not guilty, and then hopefully it would have been a different outcome. But the district attorney themselves says there's no sense in taking this to court because we can't reach the burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. So none of those charges are being lodged against him, except for right now. It seems that you're going to use the narrative to bring those charges against him. And I think that that is legally and patently unfair to Domingo, because he was not given an opportunity for a due process hearing because they denied it. So that's my comment, purely from a lawyer's perspective. I think that I have a right to bring that forward to him. So that's all I did, ma'am. Thank you very much.
It is well within your right. At this time, Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't have any questions, but I do want to make one thing clear because of the fact that there's so many people that listen to these and they don't always have the backstory. And the backstory is Mr. Domingo is not in jail, and we're not here because of a simple possession of marijuana charge. I just want to make sure that you understand he was convicted of possession with intent to distribute and given 10 years. And the only reason I mention that is because there's so many people that have the false narrative that our prisons are full of people that are charged with simple marijuana, and that is simply not the case. So it's nothing about Mr. Domingo. That case is in the past, and that's been dealt with. He's been sentenced, and he's gotten out on parole, and all is fine. And I don't want him. There's nothing against Mr. Domingo, but I just want to make sure that the persons listening to this understand the full charge that he was convicted of. And I don't have any questions about the case. Thank you.
It would be important to note, and Mr. Allen, you were within your right to bring that up. However, when someone is on supervision, they have a contract, and the standard of proof is not that of a court of law because they have violations, and we have preponderance of evidence that we use. So I just want to make sure that that you understand we have police reports which we use as evidence. Okay, in this police report, Miss India on the home invasion stated, now see, anybody can recant, and they do 90% of the time. But she stated to the police in the report that it was Mr. Domingo who became enraged and forced his way into the apartment, breaking the bottom frame of the front window. So we have her statement that this is what happened. Okay. At this point, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes, I am.
So, Ms. Stapleton?
Okay, I'm gonna revoke you based upon the domestic violence battery charge. And also, you do have a high tiger risk score, which is something that is considered.
Mr. Prater?
I'm going to concur because it doesn't make any difference because it has to be unanimous.
Oh, it does.
Oh, it does not have to be unanimous? Okay, I'm misunderstanding. I've got that confused with parole. I'm sorry. Well, that being the case, I think there's the high tiger score bothers me. Otherwise, I would say that I would vote not to revoke, but because of the tiger score and nothing else, and counting on somebody else's, besides anybody on this board or any testimony, somebody else's opinion of reoffending, I'm going to vote to revoke.
My vote is to not revoke, to mandate domestic abuse violence classes. However, today your parole has been revoked, and the location will be getting a notice. We are at the Lafayette Parish Corrections Center today at this hearing. Okay, that ends our business there. So it's 9:20, and we will adjourn.
Thank you.
I don't know. I have no idea who these people are. Yeah, I'm supposed to have a meeting with Sean Alford. Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm not on no parole or probation or nothing.
Hey Lou, hey Lou, that parole board up there on that street, parole board, he's supposed to be seeing Sean off.
Are y'all here for Leland Mulder? No, they're not even here for me.
Yeah, that's he supposed to see parole board. I mean, he's not supposed to see parole board. He's supposed to see Sean off.
Can you hear me? Okay, they can hear. All right, my name is Leland Mulder. Are y'all here for me? Stephen Stephen Medlin. Not Leland Mulder, Stephen Medlin. Stephen Medlin, right? Out of Adorn.
Hey, Hill, they need to see Stephen Medlin. What, cause this is Molden over here. We'll take him back. Okay, all right.
Listen, sir, your sound is working. If you could please be quiet, we appreciate it.
Yes.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today is January 7th, 2025. And the time is now 9:38, and we are in a hearing with Union Parish Detention Center. Would the offender please state their name and their DOC number?
My name is Stephen Medlin, and I do not know my DOC number. I haven't memorized it.
Okay, can you give me your date of birth? Yes, date of birth.
11/27/1990.
Okay, Mr. Medlin, your DOC number is 788-248. We're going to be dealing with some parole revocation issues. Let me introduce you to the panel. To my left is Ms. Stapleton. On remote is Mr. Prager. I'm Ms. Ledoux. We also do have your mother and your girlfriend. Mariah Reeves is your mother, Cheryl Morris' girlfriend. First of all, I'm going to ask you, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that shows your signature?
I have a piece of paper that I can sign, but I don't have one that I've signed already.
Okay, is it a parole revocation questionnaire? You see that now on our screen?
I do see that.
Okay, and that is your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Medlin, your answers to that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you have a retained attorney?
I do.
And is he with us today?
He's not with me. I don't see him on this screen anywhere.
So he's not in attendance. We're going to continue unless you have an objection to that.
I do not.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to be reading some information from your file and asking you to. You were charged with violating condition number 4 of your parole in that you were arrested on 9/24/2024 for second-degree battery and battery of a dating partner by the Union Parish Sheriff's Office. You can plead guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement.
Not guilty.
Okay. I will note that on 11/6/2024, the charges were declined by the district attorney's office. At this time, we'll allow your mother to make a statement before we start asking you questions.
Good morning. I'm Maura Reeves. I'm Stephen's mother. I'm all stuffed up this morning, so I'm gonna get through it. But I mean, I just wish y'all would consider. Stephen's got a daughter. He's got 3 nephews. We have a big family. We have a strong support system. When he gets out, if y'all let him out, you know, he does have his own house. He currently has a job in the oil field that keeps him stable and able to pay his own bills and pay his monthly fines. He is remorseful. We have talked, we talk. He has some regret. While he's been incarcerated, we have had some tough things, some death, and he's missed being able to say his goodbyes. And sorry. And he is a member of our current church. We have a good pastor who's young, who's been to see him and is mentoring him. And I really wish you would consider letting him out. His daughter needs him. Our whole family needs him. And I just ask for you to consider that.
Thank you very much. We also have Ms. Morris, if you would like to make a statement at this time.
I would. And I believe, did you guys get, I had a notarized statement that was sent in for his pre-hearing.
Yes, we have that.
Okay. So I mean, everything I said in that statement, hopefully you guys had a chance to review that, because I didn't want to go over it, but I did want to say a few things to maybe clarify and give some perspective as to why I acted out the way I did that night. So just a little back history. I'm a registered nurse. I'm working at a local hospital. I've been a nurse for 13 years. I graduated University of Maryland, Baltimore, with my bachelor's degree in nursing. I moved to Louisiana about 5 years ago, right before the COVID pandemic hit, as a travel nurse, when I was going through a separation and divorce from my husband of 20 years. That relation ultimately ended because of trust issues and infidelity. Looks like my power just went out. But there I found on my ex-husband's phone some things, and his social media apps, and unfortunately that has caused some lasting effects for me. Also, since that time, I've been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and one of the symptoms of that is emotional dysregulation. I have a very hard time regulating my emotions. I feel everything to the extreme. When I'm happy, but when I'm upset, it feels like my world is ending. I've been in therapy, and overall I've been doing really well, but sometimes I still have some borderline episodes if I'm triggered. And unfortunately, on the night of September 23rd, Stephen's phone was that trigger. I have a tendency to catastrophize, and when that notification went off on his phone and I saw a message from another female, I automatically jumped to the conclusion that he was cheating on me, and I reacted straight out of emotion and without thinking. I accused him of being a liar, and I hit him. And the fact that I had alcohol on board made it worse. I tend to get very emotional when I drink, and on top of it, I'm already a very emotional person. Because of this, I am a person who should not consume alcohol. It has caused some issues in my life. And I still have not had any alcohol since that night. I have made a firm goal not to pick up alcohol anymore. Stephen reacted in self-defense that night. He did not intend for me to get injured. And I believe he should not be punished for it. The court agreed with this and declined the charges before he could even be arraigned. As a side note, I would like to add that Stephen's grandfather passed away 2 days after he was incarcerated. He was unable to attend the funeral and be the pallbearer like was planned because of my actions that night. And now he's about to lose his uncle that he's very close with due to a recent and very unexpected diagnosis of stage 4 cancer. He was just put on hospice, and I'm begging you to allow him to come home and be able to say his final goodbyes. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prater, I'll turn this questioning over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Stephen, did you have 12 beers that night?
No, I didn't have 12, but I did have 6. That's all I bought that night. Me and that cop had got a little lippy with each other, and I just told him. He kept asking me questions, and I just said, "Look, man, I don't even know what's going on. If you want to write down that I had 12 beers, go ahead."
Okay. All right. Did you slam her head on the floor?
No, sir.
You just pushed her backwards and she fell and hit the cabinet.
Yes, sir. I was sitting in like a bar stool that kind of wraps around your hips. So when she attacked me, I had nowhere to go. I had to push her off of me, and then she fell and unfortunately hit her head on the handle of the cabinet.
Why didn't you leave?
Why didn't I leave?
Yeah,
It was my house. I went and got in bed.
I mean, why didn't you leave the house or something? If you knew she was irrational and drunk and gonna be a problem.
Well, when this first happened, we were outside and she hit me, and I went inside and I started fixing me a burger, And then she came inside. I was thinking, I'm gonna separate from her, let her cool off. And then as soon as she come back in the house, she just come at me again. So I was just thinking, if I walk inside, give her some time to cool off, she'd cool off. And that's not the case here. And everything kind of just happened real quick, all within. Everything was completely calm, and then with a matter of, I would say, 2 to 5 minutes, this event took place.
That's all I got.
Ms. Stapleton?
Well, when I read the police report, which involves Deputy Didier and a detective, they both say that they saw evidence of the crime as, as described by the victim. So the physical evidence was also, they took pictures of it also. Did you strangle her? Did you put your hands around her neck and strangle her? That was in
No,
the,
ma'am.
no, you just pushed her and she fell? Because it said she had,
Yeah.
there was blood on the floor from a bloody nose and all of that. I mean, it sounds
No,
like
there
a pretty
there was-
violent episode.
She didn't have any damage to her frontal face at all. There was 0 damage to her face. The only thing she
Says that she was with an open palm, that she was hitting the nose and the upper lip.
No, that's where I was hit. That's
Where you were at?
that's not the police report I read that says that anyway.
Okay. All right. Did
She
you
had
lost your temper and it got the best of you?
No, I just pushed her off of me to get some separation. She was hitting me. I just wanted to get some separation. I was kind of pinned in that chair.
Okay, that's all.
Mr. Medlin, you were on probation also at this time, or is just a probation as well?
I'm on probation and parole for the same charge.
Same charge?
Yeah, I took a split sentence.
Okay. I understand that you were asked to do a substance abuse evaluation. Did you ever complete that?
I did.
Okay. What were the findings of the evaluation?
They didn't recommend any treatment.
Okay. Were you employed at the time that this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you employed? It looks like you had benefits. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I work for a company called Helmerich and Payne Drilling. They're based out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I was working in Medlin, Texas. And I've been with that particular company, other than being incarcerated, since March of 2017.
Okay. So, I hate these cases where it's she said, he said, and all the recanting. And I mean, we have a police report and we have evidence of violence. Okay, that's what the evidence we have before us today. That's what we have to make our decision on, is the evidence that we have. Is the panel prepared to vote, Mr. Prater?
Ma'am.
Okay.
My vote is to revoke violation number 4. For one thing, being drunk. I mean, that's one thing, violation of your parole. And the other thing, I think something happened. It's just it was too logical of a story to come up with when you're drunk. If you're too drunk to know what's going on, you usually resort to the truth. And upon question, when the police get there, she went to the neighbors and she was too scared to ask you for the phone. All that doesn't make sense. My vote's to revoke violation of 4.
Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mr. Medlin, My vote is also to revoke. And I do hope that you get some help with anger management and domestic abuse, violence issues, as well as substance abuse. So today, unanimous decision, your parole vote. The time is now 9:53, and that concludes our business.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. If you, so we can see Mr. Burton. Okay, thank you. We are the Louisiana Committee on Parole, and we're impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Today on the panel, virtually is Mr. Prater. To my left is Ms. Stapleton. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Could the individuals there at St. Tammany identify yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Deputy Mike Molinari.
Okay, thank you.
Name is Roy Burton, ma'am.
And your DOC number?
453532.
Okay, Mr. Burton, you're before this panel today with allegations of violation of your parole. I'm going to read, well, first of all, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that indicates that you've signed a revocation questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The answers to that indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you retain an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed. I'm going to read the allegations against you and ask you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Violation 4A says that you were engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest by the Louisiana State Police on 8/29/2024, where you were charged with DWI first. You had a blood alcohol content at the time of 0.203, and you were billed with misdemeanor DWI due to the fact that it had been 10 years since you had your last conviction. However, you're currently serving your sentence for DWI third, and at the time that you were arrested, you did plead guilty to DWI first. How do you plead now?
Well, ma'am, I do plead guilty to the DUI first. I talked to Mr. Tom over in Don over in time computations, because in 2017 I petitioned the St. Tammany courts to take that third offense DUI and run it concurrent with the 30 years I was doing for manslaughter. So that conviction should have been over. And when I talked to them, they said they took it out of Cajun. I talked to Jonathan Vining, and he said everything was taken care of.
That's immaterial in terms of, did you plead guilty to DWI first on 10/7/2024? Okay. The second part of that is you were issued a citation for hit and run.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did you plead to that?
Guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Number 10, you're currently $141 in arrears of supervision.
Yes, ma'am. And on the supervision, yes, I am behind. On the day that I was arrested, I'm on Social Security. On that day, I get my check, and that's when I pay my probation fees. When they first changed the way you pay, I pay online, and when they moved it to Texas, I couldn't get online for a month because the system was so it wasn't properly set up, and they were still working the bugs out. I'll pay that today.
That's not the biggest issue that's before us today. We have today with us Miss Ashley Williams,
Yes.
who is a probation and parole officer. I think that it would be an appropriate time for Ms. Williams to go ahead and address her concerns with the board.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to attend today. Yes, ma'am, I am seeking revocation for Mr. Roy. In addition to the hit and run and the DWI that we've already discussed, my concern primarily was the BAC. I have discussed it with our DA's office here, and they have verbally admitted to me that he should not have been eligible to even be billed as a DWI first, because that 10-year time period he was incarcerated. and LARS allows that they are not eligible for the DWI charges to restart if the reason they didn't incur a new charge during that time frame was due to incarceration. So that is obviously primarily my concern is public safety. I do feel like he did get a lucky draw with that. And I think he was aware of that, which is why he pled to it at the arraignment. However, I did not feel it appropriate in the idea of public safety to allow it to just be seen as a technical based on the fact that it was only a misdemeanor. I do want to bring to the board's attention as well. We did have a situation with Mr. Roy. He was erroneously released from St. Tammany Parish Jail at the beginning of December, back on December 5th. We were not made aware of it until January 3rd. So he was re-detained yesterday and placed back in jail, which is why he's there for the hearing today. But one of the arguments Mr. Roy had previously made to me was that he would need treatment and that's all he needed. However, he didn't check in with probation and parole when he was released from jail, and to my understanding, did not do anything to seek any kind of treatment when he was out, as he wasn't supposed to be. So I just have concerns going forward that I'm going to see any change in behavior from him. And I feel allowing him to continue on supervision would only put the public at risk for further injury or harm.
Thank you very much for your attendance today, as well as your testimony. I'm going to ask at this time if Ms. Stapleton has any questions.
Yes, well, I really don't have a question. I've got a statement, and I agree with the officer, the agent that was just on here, that the first thing you do when you do get out is you have a BAC level of 0.203. And right there it says, I will refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. So you were involved in illegal activity like that, and you are a public safety risk because you certainly don't have it under control. You're drinking while driving. So I have the same concerns that she does.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And I don't have any questions either. I think that that's one of the biggest safety risks we have in public. We're prepared to vote, Ms. Stapleton.
I vote to revoke based upon your illegal activity with drinking, DWI, number 4, the hit and run, and your arrears of $141. So number 4, number 10.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, vote to revoke because of violations of Rule 4. It's criminal behavior, DWIs, and drinking, hit and run.
And my vote is also to revoke based on your pleading guilty to criminal behavior. Again, I want to reiterate, Ms. Williams, we appreciate your attendance today. That concludes our business. It's 10:09, and we're going to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. When you come in, you can't hear. Somebody else, you gotta try. How long has been like this?
Oh, no. Okay. I thought I see the time they came on out.
Scream my name if they have another time, okay?
All right.
All right. I ain't gonna move. I'll be right here.
What he's doing right now? Yeah. Miss T? Hold up. Miss T? Miss T? Miss T? Yeah.
Okay, good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge headquarters. On my left is Ms. Stapleton and Ms. Ledoux. Virtually, we have Mr. Prater. The time is 10:17, and we're handling business at Tangipahoa Parish Jail. Would the offender please state your name and your DOC number?
WILLIE BRUMFIELD, 763434.
Mr. Brumfield, before we start, I want to know, do you have a piece of paper in your possession that shows your signature?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay, now do you see it on screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you pay an attorney?
Oh, no, ma'am.
I'm gonna read some charges of violation, and I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. I have that you have violated condition number 4 in that the Kentwood Police Department responded to a call on 4/20/2024 for an altercation with you and Miss Venable. And then they responded to another disturbance May 10th of the same year. An arrest was made on May 11th, and you were charged with domestic abuse battery. It is noted that on 12/2, the charges were dismissed due to lack of victim cooperation. How do you plead about that?
Not guilty.
Right. And violation of condition number 10 in your arrears of $1,136 on your supervision fees and $65 in processing fees.
I have made payments. I don't know why it don't shows that, but I knew I was kind of behind, but I have made payments, ma'am.
Okay, so guilty with the statement. Okay, Mr. Brumfield, Ms. Stapleton is going to ask you some questions, and if you'll go ahead and answer her questions.
Okay, Mr. Brumfield, I'm aware that the victim, Ms. Venable, did recant and everything, but this is officer testimony on 4/20/24 that he was dispatched for the domestic violence call and was advised by the family that there was a family get together and that everybody was drinking and that Brumfield was intoxicated. So you're not supposed to be doing that right there. That's the number 4. She further advised that her and Brumfield had words and that you became irate and hit her. The officer, Robinson, testified that Venable had marks on the face conducive to battery having occurred. Venable did advise Robinson that she had started to defend herself, but Brumfield grabbed her by the hair and dragged her down 5 or 6 steps. Robertson, the officer, advised that he observed abrasions on the victim's back and bruises on the victim's right side and bruises on both arms. You had left the scene when he got there. That's why they had to put out a warrant for your arrest. Venable advised Robertson, the officer, that she wanted to press charges on Brumfield and that she was scared for her life. So that's what was said to the officer, and that's what brings us to number 4. And that's my main concern.
Oh, well, ma'am, that's not true. The Venable, I mean, when we had the revocation here, Miss Venable came here and told officers that none of that happened. Then none of that happened. Me and Miss Venable have 4 babies together. A newborn that I missed my baby being birthed. That's not true. I never put my hands on her. I was protecting her she was hitting me. I was getting loose. She was the aggressor. I never put my hands on her.
Were
Never.
you intoxicated, or were you at a party where everybody was intoxicated and you were intoxicated also?
I wasn't intoxicated, ma'am.
Well, the officer testimony of
Yep.
what the officer saw says differently. So I'm ready to pass it over to someone else.
Mr. Prater?
Were there 2 incidents?
Yeah, them 2 different times.
Okay, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Brumfield, you understand that, when we have evidence by the, police report of what happened, then regardless of, someone recanting, there was something that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that we didn't get into it, but it wasn't the whole police report thing was like totally made up. It wasn't that serious. It didn't escalate like that. I didn't put my hands on her like that. I didn't.
You were drinking?
I wasn't drinking, man. I wasn't there 5 minutes.
Well, I believe the panel is prepared to vote. Ms. Stapleton?
I vote today to revoke number 4, based on number 4, that you were charged with domestic abuse battery, and there was another disturbance later, and the intoxication that was all witnessed, the statement of the victim to the officer.
Mr. Prater?
So I vote to revoke violation of 4 and 10.
Okay, Mr. Brumfield, bad choices. My vote is also to revoke. Your parole has been revoked. And the time is now 10:24, and that concludes our business there at Tangipahoa. Thank you. Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today, serving on the panel to my left is Ms. Stapleton. Virtually is Mr. Prater, and I'm Ms. Ledoux. Would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record, sir? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
So you can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Brian Anthony Woods Jr., DOC number 630155.
Mr. Woods, you're before this panel today because of violations against your parole. Sir, I'm going to be reading some information about those violations and ask you to enter a plea. Before we do that, I'd like to make sure that you have a piece of paper in front of you that you recognize your signature. That's a parole revocation questionnaire. Okay, we'll put it on the screen. Okay. Do you see your name at the bottom of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The answers to the questionnaire indicate that you're not eligible for appointed counsel. However, I do see that you have retained counsel today, Mr. Marcus Myers. Has he joined us yet? Do you see him? Okay. Okay. He has not joined our call yet. So we'll go ahead and proceed. You also have several other members that would like to speak. But right now I'm going to ask you to enter a plea. Usually we have.
I'm sorry. I'd like my attorney to be here. Because he said he had spoken with y'all and he said he would be in at 11. He thought it would be at 11.
Well, you can never really, we're contacting him. We'll just put you on hold for a moment.
You coming to speak? Which one y'all want to do? It's your pick. You want to do?
Mr. Woods,
Yes, ma'am.
we are making contact with your attorney. We're going to just put you to the side for a little bit until he
Yes, ma'am.
joins. So you'll hang tight and we'll come back to you at that time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So the probation officer, if you'll also make sure that you are staying connected so that we can come back to you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is in panel headquarters in Baton Rouge. We're hearing an offender at Riverbend. Would the officer introduce yourself, please, sir?
My name is Lieutenant Jonathan.
And Mr. Johnson, thank you very much. Today on panel to my left is Ms. Stapleton. Virtually is Mr. Prater. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Would the offender please state your name and your DOC number?
MONTRELL GAINES 771520.
Okay. Mr. Gaines, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that is a parole revocation questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your signature on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel and you do not have a retained attorney today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am going to be reading the charges against you. Could you sit up so I can see you better? Half of your face is... Okay, yeah, just sit back. Thank you. We can still hear. You have been charged with violating your conditions of parole, and I'm going to read the allegations. And if you will, would you please enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 4, you failed to refrain from illegal use of drugs as evidenced by your testing positive on 10/17/2024 for fentanyl and cocaine, and you were referred to our in-house substance abuse counselor, Sarah Cobb. It was determined that you needed to complete detox and inpatient treatment, and you were transported to the Grove for services. On 10/21, you were discharged from the Grove due to non-compliance. After being discharged, a parole warrant was requested and issued. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement, if you don't mind.
I'll give you a chance to give that statement when Mr. Prater is talking with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, number 7, on 11/15/2024, the PMP agents executed a warrant, and for over an hour, you refused to comply to verbal commands to exit the home, and it took at least an hour for you to comply before being taken into custody. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
And number 10, you failed to make payments toward your supervision fees and are currently $252 in arrears.
Guilty.
Okay. So let's see, you were paroled May 21st, 2024, and you were detained 11/15/2024, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, I'm going to ask you to answer questions by Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Mr. Gaines, your drug screen came back, but you denied using illegal drugs while you were on parole, but your drug screen came back hot.
Yes, sir.
But then you did admit to using cough syrup and Mojo, is that correct?
No, sir. When I was my parole officer asked me what drug did I ever use, I told her when I was in jail I was smoking Mojo. When I was at home, I got shot 7 times. So I asked my grandma and my aunt for some pain medicine. The pain medicine they gave me, they got it off the streets, which was laced with fentanyl and cocaine. I didn't when I talked to my parole officer, I was scared to tell her because I thought I'd go to jail. But when I went to rehab, they tried to get me to take Suboxone pills, and I asked my family what was Suboxone pill, and my family told me that Suboxone pill is like a drug the same as fentanyl. So that's why I didn't do it, and they hold that over my head that I didn't take the Suboxone pill, and like they hold it over my head for days, and then they finally just woke me up and said they releasing me from the program.
You went to drug rehab and then they kicked you out of drug rehab.
Yes, sir, because I didn't take Suboxone pills, that drug, because my When I took the pill that I got from my aunt, the pill was laced with fentanyl and cocaine. It sent me unconscious. I already don't do no drugs. I don't do no pills, no none of that. And so that already had scared me in my mind to not take any pills. When I took the pill from her, it sent me unconscious. Then like 2 days later, I went to see my parole officer. That's how I had fentanyl and cocaine in my system from the fake press pill.
So you're telling them you're just a drug dealer, you're not a drug user.
No, I'm not a drug. I got a fake pill. I don't sell no drugs. I bought a fake pill. Like my aunt gave me a fake pill that she got from somebody off the street. I don't sell no drugs. I don't do drugs.
Well, I thought it said in the report somewhere that you said you just sold drugs. Did you used to sell drugs?
Oh, sir, I never sold drugs. I never had a drug problem on probation. I never went to jail for drugs. I never failed the drug test since I've been on parole. I got 5 months left on parole. I never been on no drugs. I never failed the drug test. I never did none of that. Like since I've been on parole, this is the first time I ever got in trouble on parole. This is the first time I don't even know why I'm in like so much of a trouble. And I came back to jail. I've been in jail for 2 months behind, like, me taking a fake pill. I got shot 7 times. That's the only reason I even took the pill. I don't take no medication. I'm not prescribed medication. I don't do no drugs.
Okay, you got shot 7 times?
Yes, sir.
I don't really want to go into that, but that's unusual. So you got you got ordered to drug rehab because of this pill you took because you got shot 7 times.
Yes, sir. That's the only reason I even went there. And the pill that I got, it was a fake pill that was my aunt that I thought I could trust. Like my aunt didn't think somebody gonna give her a fake pill. She was just trying to help me because I got shot 7 times and my pain level was high. She didn't have intentions on giving me a fake pill that had fentanyl and cocaine in it. That was not her intention.
Okay. Did you go to the doctor when you were shot? Am I hearing that right? 7 times you were shot.
Yeah, I was shot 7 times, but that's before I went to jail. Like when it get cold outside, the pain.
Oh, okay. Okay, that was a long time back.
Yeah, that was like 2 years ago. But when it get cold outside, the aching tends to come back, and it just a real hurt.
Okay, tell me about this deal where they waited for an hour outside for you to come out, or you wouldn't come out of the house. What happened then?
They said it took me an hour to come outside. When I woke up, it took me 5 minutes to go outside. I'm telling my parole officer, because that's why she said she gonna send me in front of the board. If I knew the probation officer was outside my house, I would have got up. The only reason I didn't even hit him is I had a fan on and my TV on. My baby wasn't even crying, and my baby's only 9 months old. So that's why I'm like, they telling me they've been there for an hour. My baby would have been started crying. I would have been knew y'all was outside.
You think they just making that up?
No, I'm not saying they making it up, sir, but I'm just saying, Mr. Prater, I'm just saying, like, they probably was, but I didn't hear them to say, I'm just not opening the door for y'all. Like, that's my whole point.
Okay. I just you shouldn't have been taking that pill. I don't have any more questions.
Ms. Stapleton.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Gaines, I distinctly heard you say you only smoked Mojo in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is it permissible? Is it okay to smoke Mojo in prison?
No, ma'am. I said, no, ma'am. That was,
So you didn't follow the rules while you were in prison, is what you're saying?
no, I'm saying like that's what, when my parole, I was asking me what drugs I ever did. I said when I was in jail, I smoked Mojo one time. That's what I told her. I said I didn't, I don't, that's what I was saying. Like that's the only drugs I ever did. When she asked me what drugs have I ever did in my life, that's what I told her.
Okay. The statements we have received from the treatment facility are very disturbing about what you said. And you are on parole for crimes of violence, right? A crime of violence. So, and that concerned me. So, Mr. Gaines, I think the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Prater, are you prepared?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I vote to revoke because of the violation of rule number 4, rule number 7, and rule number 10.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur.
Mr. Gaines, by the preponderance of evidence, the report that we have received being dismissed from treatment, my vote is to revoke your parole. So at this time, you've been revoked, and we're going to close off there at Riverside, River Bend. It's now 10:50. Thank you.
You got to vote. Scott, you got to vote. I don't know. So it looks like yes. No, they didn't go yet. Thanks. Oh. See that other dude, the MONTRELL GAINES, that's one that's he's in our custody, but he's at River Bend. WILLIE BRUMFIELD.
So they want this person now. They say they want picture, his information, and that, or whatever.
Oh, just send them this. Just send them the picture.
Right, good morning. This is the Committee on Parole. We're impaneled in headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving today on my left is Ms. Stapleton. Virtually is Mr. Prater. I'm Ms. Ledoux. I noticed there's someone there at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Sir, would you please introduce yourself, the officer?
Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Murphy.
Okay, Lieutenant Murphy, thank you for joining us. This time, would the offender please state your name and your DSC number?
My name is Marcus Allen. My DOC number is 442734.
Mr. Allen, you're before this panel due to allegations of violation of your conditions of parole. Before we get started, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that has your signature? That
Yes,
indicates, okay, and it recognizes your signature.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel, and I don't see any retained counsel. I'm going to read the allegations against you, at which time I would like for you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Rule violation number 4, you were involved in criminal activity in the commission of the offense of simple assault, other force in West Baton Rouge Parish under incident report 2463 by the Port Allen Department on 10/27/2024. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement, ma'am.
Okay, we'll get to that statement. Mr. Prater can ask you about that. Also, you failed to make monthly supervision fees, and no payment has been made since June of 24. You're in arrears $252. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, if you will, answer questions by Mr. Prater.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Allen, I'm trying to figure out here, tell me about the stalking and threatening a victim. You showed up, you made some cell phone threats to this lady. Is that true?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What did you threaten to do to her?
Well, sir, I told her that I was going to slap her and that I was going to mess up her restaurant.
Okay. And did you show up at the restaurant?
I did, sir. I showed up at the restaurant afterwards, like 20 minutes after I had made those threats. I had thought about it. And this is a lady that I'm in a relationship with. And I had thought about it, Mr. Prater, and I was like, I need to make this right. And I know that I went about that the wrong way.
Okay. And so then you she left the restaurant and you followed her. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. When I seen her and she got into her vehicle and she was motioning with her hands and I didn't know what she was saying, so I called her and she had done left already and had told me that she was going to the police station and she said that she thinks I need to go there and sit down and talk with them. And I put Port Allen PD in my GPS and I went there. I thought she was pulling my leg at first, but when I went over there, I seen her vehicle was over there and I went over there. I know I'm on parole and I didn't want any of this to get back to my parole officer, so I did go. And I spoke with the officers and they asked me what happened and I owned up. I told them what was going on. I told them what I'd done. And all those things were said out of anger.
Had you been stalking her for 2 months?
No, sir. I haven't been stalking her. The whole thing with that was she wanted to just give the relationship a break for 2 months. And that's whenever I just went in my feelings, Mr. Prater. And, I thought she was cheating on me. I didn't know what was going on. And
okay. Did the officers at Port Allen try to get you to sign a paper saying you wouldn't go back to the restaurant?
they did. She told me, the officer did tell me that. She said I don't have to. I don't have to sign if I don't want to. But she said, look, just for right now, just don't go around the restaurant and just don't call her. And this took place on October the 27th. I got emotional.
Why didn't you sign the paper?
I don't know, sir. I got emotional. I started crying and I left from out the police station. They came out, asked me if I was okay. I shook both their hands and I left. And
okay. Are you a registered sex offender?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. When did you start dating that lady?
Back in February.
And were y'all dating in May?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask you this, because it's, I think, being a registered sex offender and the fact it's noted in the probation parole, and because it concerns me, is when you went to the probation parole office in May of 2024, before you went through the metal detector, you pulled out and they said you had a pocket full of condoms. Being a registered, I wouldn't normally get into private people business and all that business, but you dating somebody and so much in love with them that you'd stalk them, yet you got a pocket full of condoms. And I understand they can be for, to keep from getting pregnant. I understand a lot of things, but that's kind of unusual. I know the big joke about somebody in high school got one in their wallet or something, but a pocket full, a grown man, a grown sex offender, that don't make sense to me. What's the deal?
I just had them, sir. Every time I go to probation and parole, I was using protection, and I didn't think that would be a problem.
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just kind of trying to get to know you a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And notice you're number 10. How much money are you owe? Don't you owe some money to probation and parole?
Yes, sir, I do.
How much?
Right now, sir, I'm at $252 in the hole.
Okay.
It's not a whole lot. That was going to get taken care of, sir. Mr. Prater, I'm not going to lie to you, sir. I have been mismanaging my money. It's nobody's fault but my fault.
Okay. And you got 15 years and 15 years, total of 30 years. If you put them together, you were paroled in January 24, and here you're already in trouble for some pretty serious charges.
Well, I don't have no charges against me, Mr. Prater, but I'm in violation, sir.
Yes, sir. Pretty charges that you violated some rules. You're right. You're saying it the right way. You saying it right, and I'm saying it right. Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Mr. Stapleton?
Yes, I've listened to, Mr. Prater and the questions that he had for you. Very concerning for me since, you did have an aggravated sexual assault charge.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I can understand why this lady would be, well, you gave her threats. You gave her threats, she showed up. And the stalking charge, I think, was valid. So all of that does concern me very much. So I see too that you pled guilty to these things at a preliminary hearing, so I have no questions.
Mr. Allen, if you needed to get, anger management, you were at the Parole project. You didn't take anger management classes?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, Parole Project, they have been there for me. And
Did you anger management classes?
yes, ma'am. And
So non-compliant with that I mean, that didn't necessarily help you with the anger.
no, I mean, it's not that, ma'am. I messed up, Miss Ledoux, and
Okay, well, and unfortunately today you have to answer for that, okay?
But Miss Ledoux, yes, ma'am.
I think we have enough information, Mr. Allen. Mr. Prater, if you would begin with the vote.
My vote is to revoke violations of Rule 4 and 2 and 10.
And Ms. Stapleton.
I concur.
And Mr. Allen, based on your guilty pleas, my vote is also to revoke your parole. I hope that it goes better next time. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That concludes our business at 11:07 with East Parish Prison.
Good luck to you.
Okay. The time is now 11:15. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge. Today on panel to my left is Ms. Stapleton. Virtually is Mr. Prater and Ms. Ledoux. We are hearing an offender at RAYNE City Jail. Before we get started, I know we have some people who have joined us, including your attorney. Mr. Woods, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Brian Anthony Woods Jr., DOC number 630155.
Mr. Woods, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that's a parole revocation, or you saw it earlier on the screen, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You acknowledge that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. You do have Mr. Marcus Myers, an attorney who's here. Mr. Myers, you're welcome to work with your client as needed. At this point, I'm going to be reading violations into the record. And from Mr. Woods, I will need a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. You are accused of violating condition number 4. On September 8th, 2024, you were engaged in criminal activity and committed cruelty to juveniles. On September 15th, 2024, you were arrested by the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Office and booked into the Correctional Center for the above charge. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Also of note, October 18, 2024, those charges were refused by the Lafayette Parish District Attorney's Office.
Your Councilman, or Your Honor, if I may, we'd like to withdraw that guilty plea. He meant to plead not guilty.
So, sir, you are saying that you are guilty or not guilty of criminal activity committing cruelty to juveniles?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Okay. We have, I do not believe we have the other 2 people who had initially signed in. So at this time, Mr. Myers, then you would be, it would be your turn to talk.
Okay. I did submit a letter to the board November 26, 2024, outline our position. So as you stated, that the charges were rejected. And so I know that the board looks at behavior and misconduct. So I'd like to look at the behavior of Mr. Woods on that day. The charges were rejected. He was at his girlfriend's home. He wasn't at the bar or a disreputable place where you expect something like this to happen. The child in question has severe mental and behavioral issues. Her mother is on the Zoom. She can speak to that. But she's the one that became aggressive to the mother. Mr. Woods simply stepped into the room to inquire as to what was happening. The girl then focused on Mr. Woods as her source of ire, came at him physically. He turned to leave. The girl blocked his path from leaving. As far as I understand, Mr. Woods put his hand on her shoulder, or maybe 2 hands, moved her out of the way, and left the house. I would submit that his conduct was not criminal. It was responsible. And I know the standard for revocation is looking at misconduct is if there's a substantial risk that he will commit another felony. And the fact that he left the scene before things got out of hand shows me that he is making the right decisions. And I don't think he will be in any further criminal activity. And that's why I think it's important to consider the place where he was. He was at a good, reputable place where he should be. The other standard is would all right here. And basically, aside from the night or the day in question where he was arrested, Brian has done so well in every other aspect. He's enrolled in the domestic violence intervention program. I have a letter that I just received today from his counselor, so I apologize I was not able to submit it. I can put it on the screen here as to his progress. He's accountable for his behavior. He's open to group members. He's open to discusses all the different topics. He's completes all the assignments. He's making positive changes. He's completed 7 classes. So Mr. Woods has done everything I believe you would want him to do since being released. The only problem he had was this night in question, and I think he handled it to the best of his ability. And I don't think he did anything to bring it upon himself or put him in that situation, or that would lead the board to believe that he would continue or have any other kind of problems in the future. In fact, everything he's done shows that he will not have any problems in the future. We do have his employer here that can speak to how well he's done. And we also have the mother of the girl involved in the altercation with Mr. Woods. And I think she can shed some light on what happened. She was an actual eyewitness, as well as can explain to her daughter's behavioral issues. So I just, go ahead.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and hear from the mother at this point then. I think that was the appropriate thing. Ms. Reyes?
Hi, yes, ma'am.
Could you address the board and tell us what you'd like to know about the allegations?
Okay, so that night, yes, like the lawyer was saying, my daughter and I were in a disagreement, and she was very aggressive with me, and Mr. Woods did come in and try to diffuse the situation. She did then turn aggressive towards him. My daughter does have a lot of substantial mental health issues. She's very destructive, which since this incident, she has been receiving help for. However, her behavior isn't still where it needs to be. On a positive note, she will be leaving for Job Corps to try to at least get her education. And other than that, he did simply move her. I thought that he did the right thing by leaving the house, to not engage in any more of what was going on, even after he left, between her and I. My mother was the one that called the cops a week after the incident. And during that week, Mr. Woods, he was still present in the home, and, the kids didn't have a problem. Like, there was never any kind of altercations between myself or the girls with him ever until that night. I'm sorry, what else am I?
She wrote a letter, didn't she?
Yes, my daughter did write a letter on behalf of Mr. Woods, and she did also include and take part of her responsibility of what happened that night.
We have received those, and all of those are part of our file that we've reviewed already. If we can hear from Mr. Booty. Mr. Booty, co-worker. Mr. Booty, if you'll address the panel with what you'd like for us to know.
Yes, ma'am. Brian Woods was hired not far after he was released from prison. He started off as a scaffold helper that we used on land projects and different plants and different community projects around our area. He's been a reliable employee since then. Has taken on leadership aspirations. He came on to be a yard supervisor in that time, and then now he's also his plan track was to be an offshore cleaning tech that would lead him to offshore supervisor in the cleaning division that he was recruited from because of his outstanding work and reliability. So he's a viable part of our division and our diverse services division at Acadian Contractors. My boss is the division manager for that, and he's the one that recruited him to go into that division. So he still has a job pending whenever he's done with this, and the guys are waiting for him to return.
You've never had any disciplinary issues with him based on behavior, his anger or anything?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not at all.
Okay.
Excuse me. I have one more person that would like to speak. They said I could have three, and one more would like to speak on my behalf, if it's okay with the board.
Are they?
Yeah, they're with me right here next to
It's
me.
the police chief of RAYNE, I believe, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I will accept that. Police chief? Yes, sir. Would you introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Carol Stelly, Chief of Police for the City of RAYNE. We run a DOC camp over here. It's a work camp. I got Brian here about 5 years ago and got him listening to the program. Our program kind of teaches skill set out in the community, doing work for nonprofit churches, city. And over the 5 years, he has grown as a person on his skill set. We never had any type of write-up for discipline. He coexists. He's also took part going out DARE program. He has spoken to children to try to get the kids to stay on the right path. And since he's been out, I kind of been a mentor to Brian, along with other guys that come through our program. They stay in touch. Brian was going to church with family members. And if I recall, he was even taking his associate's daughter, the one that he had a problem with, to church, trying to get her on the right path. Had a job, being productive. He'd call me, check in. And a matter of fact, when all this came up, he called me. And I told him, for Brian, the right thing to do is to go to meet with the sheriff department. If you've done that wrong, you need to go and meet with him. And besides that, we never had any issue with Brian as long as he's been incarcerated with us or out in the community.
I appreciate you joining us today and providing that, Chief.
Not a problem.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Woods, we do have the probation and parole officer, Mr. James Taylor, and he would like to speak. Mr. Taylor, at this time, could you address the panel?
Yes, ma'am. I supervised him starting in July. My interaction with him, he's been nothing but respectful. From looking at the notes, he's always reported. He paid on his parole fees as directed. I haven't, from reading the narratives, I haven't noticed any problems out of him besides this criminal activity.
And you're convinced there was criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am. That's the only violation he has is just the criminal activity. But as far as anything else, he's always reported as directed. He's paid on his fees. We haven't had any problems with him besides this one incident.
Okay. Mr. Woods, Mr. Prater is going to be asking you some questions, okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Woods.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prater.
Morning. I got just a couple of questions, and it involves you state now that you just moved her out of the way, correct?
Yes, sir.
But after giving your Miranda rights to the detective, according to the report here that I'm reading, you admitting your temper got the best of you, you pushed her to the ground and she hit the vanity.
No, no, when
Is that which is right?
no, when she lunged at me, when I first went in to defuse the situation and she lunged at me, I moved out of the way, and when she lunged, I just moved her out of the way and she fell to the floor and hit the vanity. And that's when I proceeded to leave and she ran out and she blocked me and I moved her out of my way. I gave the little child a hug and I left.
So what you're saying is the detective wrote the statement down wrong? Because I'm reading exactly what the detective wrote. Mr. Woods initially denied hitting the girl. However, as the interview progressed, Mr. Woods admitting to letting his temper get the better of him and pushing the girl to the ground, causing her to hit the vanity. That's what I've got to read. Can you help me to understand the difference?
I'm not saying that he's there. He made it seem like I pushed her into the vanity. The mom was in the room. When she lunged at me, I just moved out of the way. I just moved her out of the way and she fell. She lunged. She actually lunged at me. And I moved her out of the way and she fell into the vanity. And I proceeded to leave and she came again. And that's when I moved her out of my way. I gave the little one a hug and I left, Mr. Prater. I felt like I was doing the right thing by trying to leave the whole scenario because I know what I am facing. I know everything that I'm facing. So I'm not trying to hurt the child or anything. I really went in to diffuse the situation and I tried to get out of there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you say you hugged the little one, was that the 12-year-old that was in the
Yeah.
room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and speaking of her statement is a little bit damning against you also. Do you know what she said? Are you aware of what she said?
No, sir.
Okay, she said you pinned her sister against the wall with one hand around her neck. You pushed her down the hall, and the girl that you're supposed to have hurt was spit blood and saliva on the floor. She was spitting up from being choked. I understand the older one being mentally whatever, but why would the 12-year-old say that? Now, this is several days after the incident occurred at the detective's office.
Mr. Prater, I'll be honest with you. She wasn't even in the room when the incident occurred. So why she would say it? The police was called on me a week later, Mr. Prater.
Right.
A week later. So I saw the kids even after that night that the incident happened. So for her to say that she wasn't even in, I had to go to her room to hug her, which you can ask the mother. She'll tell you that she was right there. I went into her room to hug her, and then I left. Now, why the grandmother decided to call the police a week later, I'll never understand that, and it's why I'm here today. I take accountability for my part in trying to help, but I did not think it would lead to any of this, and I'm sorry that I'm having to face this, but I felt like I've done everything right. Even since I've got out, I'm taking the domestic classes. I'm doing everything to be a productive citizen, to be home, because I just served a lot of time in prison.
Yes.
I really felt like I did the right thing by leaving. And a week later, I didn't, when the police called, I went and met with the sheriff. I didn't run. I didn't felt like I did anything wrong to do anything. I went and I talked and I got put in jail. I'm That's all I could say. Why she said that though, you can ask the mother. She was not even in the room when the incident started.
Okay, and the final question I have can you explain the digital images that the detective saw taken by, I assume, the grandmother? It shows a large bump on the top left corner of her forehead, reddened elbows and knees, and what appeared to be small whelps to her lower back area. Now, I don't know what the lower back area, that's not even come up, so we won't deal with that, but how did she get all knotted up on her head, or why would the grandmother take pictures and submit them? Can you tell us that?
Mr. Prater, I don't know. I don't want to lie to you. I didn't see no images, so I don't know.
And be honest with you, I have not seen the images either. I'm just reading the detective's
I can't.
report.
I don't want to lie to you, Mr. Prater. I don't want to lie to you. I don't know nothing about any images, so I can't answer that.
Okay.
Can I say something?
It's up to the chairman,
Oh.
the chair lady running the meeting.
Is this something pertinent to what we're talking about right now?
Yes, ma'am. It's in regards to like the photos or whatnot. Is that okay that I continue?
I'll allow it, yes.
Okay. So my mom had sent me over one photo of where Rayleigh had obtained a bruise. And then after speaking to her about that photo, that happened when my daughter fell in the middle of the road. We have a gravel road. My daughter is also anemic, so she's low efficiency on iron. She bruises super easily. Any other photo as far as like knots on the head or anything like that, the only photo, like I said, that was presented to me from my mom directly, and the only one that she said that she had was that it was a bruise with a little cut on it, and then that occurred on our road.
Okay. I think that we have gotten all the information we need.
Well,
Mr.
let me, excuse me, Madam Chairman, let me ask the mom for just a second. Why would the 12-year-old be lying for the 15-year-old?
That I'm not sure, but I can assure you that my 12-year-old was in her room the entire time. Her door was closed. There was no way of her of even seeing the incident, because she knew as soon as I went back there and Rayleigh and I were getting into the altercation, she closed her door. She doesn't like to hear when things like that go on. So I know for a fact that she didn't see or hear. I mean, she didn't see anything as far as what went on that night, because she stayed in her room with her door closed.
Mr. Myers, let me ask you something.
Yes,
Why does the judge say he's going to postpone his revocation of probation until the board decides? Can you help me out there?
I can't. I don't know why he did that. I don't know if it was just, late in the day and he didn't want to deal with, had other cases and just thought maybe he could see it get resolved.
Put it off on us.
I don't say that. I don't know. I can't speak to it.
You can't say it, but I can say it. Okay. All right. That's all the questions that I have.
Ms. Stapleton has a question.
Yeah, I've got a follow-up on what Mr. Prater asked about the younger sister. She did speak to Deputy Didier, and she advised that she was in her bedroom. She was doing laundry at the time and she heard yelling. And then she went to go peek and observed Brian grab her sister by the neck and strangling her. And then she returned to her bedroom, at which time she heard someone falling. And then she went to look again, at which time she observed Brian shove her sister in the hallway. And she heard her sister coughing up blood and observed blood on the floor. So yeah, you wouldn't have seen her, and neither would her mother, because she was hiding. But she did tell the detective how she saw what she saw. So that's the statement I wanted to make as to y'all didn't see her as she was in the bedroom. She was in and out of the bedroom quietly. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Wood, are you okay? Your eyes look.
No, I was just crying because I'm scared. It's just I'm scared. I hear the point that she snuck in and out, but I mean I don't feel like if I was so irate, I mean, I left. I mean, I don't know what else I could do in that situation, but move the child and leave because I know what I'm facing. So I just felt like I did the right thing and enrolling in classes and doing everything I'm supposed to do to show y'all that I'm not a statistic, that I'm not a somebody that's going to be back in front of y'all. I feel like I was doing the right things, becoming the supervisor, and I just brought me a brand new car, and I was living again, and I just don't want that stripped away, based on me thinking I did the right thing, and a week later the grandma called the police on me, and now I'm facing this. I'm sorry.
No, that's not just concerned about you. I think that we're prepared to vote. Mr. Brown.
Can we go to executive session, please, ma'am?
We have a vote to go into executive session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Steve Carter,
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yes. So we're going to be discussing confidential information and we will return shortly. Okay, the panel is returning at 11:45. Roll call.
Steve Prater,
Here.
Jerry Ledoux,
Here.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Here.
Okay, Mr. Woods, after we've heard all of the testimony, we've heard your attorney as well as probation and parole, police chief. I think the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will take lead.
Okay. Mr. Woods, I think you better be very, I know you've been careful, but I think you be very, very careful in the future to avoid the appearance of impropriety. But my vote is to give you another chance. I'm listening to the chief and I'm listening to your parole agent. I'm listening to both of them. And so I think that you don't need to be revoked is my vote.
Ms. Stapleton.
Mr. Woods, what happened was concerning, and I don't think you should have been brought into that situation. But you were. From what y'all say, from the mother said the daughter is going into Job Corps to help her with her behavior problems. And then also you're already enrolled in the domestic violence intervention program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a 26-week course? How long?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my vote would be to not revoke you with the condition that you complete the domestic violence intervention program.
Yes, ma'am.
My vote is also do not revoke, continue supervision with completion of domestic abuse battery. I mean, domestic violence intervention. Mr. Woods, I think Mr. Prater's little sermon was appropriate, and I would second that sermon. You need to not have any
Yes,
slip
ma'am.
up.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all.
Okay. It was I don't know.
Thank you, Lord.
11:47.
And I apologize for my schedule. I was in federal court. I would have been here earlier, but thank you, Board.
Sure.
Y'all.
Can we have Ronald Williams?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think we'll be ready in just a minute.
All right.
Sir, this is the Louisiana Committee on Parole.
Yes.
We are impaneled in Baton Rouge. Ms. Stapleton is to my left. Mr. Prater is virtual, and my name is Ms. LeJew.
Yes.
Would you please state your name and your DOC number?
Ronald Williams, 127929.
Okay. Mr. Williams, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that's called a revocation questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your signature on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Williams, I'm gonna read some information into the record, I need you to enter a plea of guilty or guilty with a statement. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. You are accused of violating condition number 4 of your parole, stating on 10/13/2024, you are arrested by Tulane University Police Department and charged with domestic abuse battery. On 10/31/2024, the DA refused those charges. How do you plead?
I guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Also, you failed to pay your parole supervision fees and you owe $193. Your last payment was in August. Yeah, you only missed one because you were detained in October.
Yes.
And you failed to pay your parole processing fee and your $55 in arrears on that. How do you
Yes,
plead?
ma'am. I plead guilty to that.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. Williams, you also have Shannon Brown here. Do you know who Shannon Brown is?
Here, I'm the caseworker. How you doing?
Good. Shannon, you're a caseworker with whom?
Oh, OJC with TDC.
Okay. I would like to go ahead and allow you to make a statement and discuss Mr. Williams at this time.
Okay. He's very respectful. So I really hope he does be released and do what needs to be done.
So what are the plans upon his release? I know that he had some difficulty with housing stability previously. I reviewed his file and he moved quite often, but it looked like he worked at Taco Bell for over a year. Is that true, Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he does have the employment. We can work on housing or can do so. So he can be by himself.
He did move around. Mr. Williams, didn't you move about 4 or 5 times?
No, I have not.
Oh,
I live with my sister. I
okay.
was staying with my sister and I was working, paying my sister rent. And I didn't have no trouble till I met that lady. When I met that lady, oh, Lord. Hey, I'm just telling you like it is.
How
When
long
I
did
met her, things been start going crazy, but she was real jealous of me, and I don't know. It was just something that just happened in the what you call it, and out in the blue. It was nothing physical or nothing, you know. But she was real jealous, and I think I'm gonna leave her alone. I'm just going about my business.
you will
Going
leave
with
her?
my life. Yes.
Oh, okay. So you have, I noticed you didn't have any problems. Your agent notes indicated that you did everything that you were supposed to do. You checked in. They didn't have any problems with you.
Right. Me and Mr. Wall, my parole officer, we got understanding. He's just what I'm going through. He understands me, and I understand what he wants me to do. So I do it, and I just try to stay out the way, you know. Pay my parole fees and go on to work and do what I have to do. I just want to enjoy myself and get back out there with my people, with my family. I've been gone a while. I've been locked up a long time, so I'm tired of jail.
Yeah, 6 months. So, Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. I've read the reports and I'm familiar with the case.
Ms. Stapleton?
No question.
Mr. Williams, I think truer words could not be spoken. You just got messed up with the wrong person, huh?
That's all.
Shannon, I want to make sure that he has full support upon his release if he needs anything.
Okay, I will do so. No problem.
Mr. Williams, my vote today is to not revoke you,
Yes.
to continue on parole with the stipulation that you have no contact with the alleged victim.
Yes, ma'am.
That's board ordered that you have no
Yes, ma'am.
contact.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can just tell him, I'm sorry, but the board said I cannot talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is Ms. Singletary. Let me see her name.
Janet Singleton.
Okay, so the other two need to vote. Mr. Prater
I concur.
and Ms. Stapleton.
I concur, and like she said, that's no telephone calls or anything either.
Okay. Yes,
But
ma'am.
not just in person, no, nothing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Right,
All
thank
right.
you.
So today your parole has not been revoked. You'll be continued on supervision. It's 12:10.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're signing off. Thank you. I know we have
You
one.
need lease. Maintenance.
Okay, we'll have the next one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bridges. Okay, give me, well, I mean, you and I, it's been a
Okay. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. My name is Miss Ledoux. To my left is Miss Stapleton. Mr. Prater is on virtual. And sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number? You're still muted.
Lance Kyle Brewer, 637-081.
Okay. Mr. Brewer, you're before this panel because of alleged violations of your parole conditions. Do you have a piece of paper in front of you that is a parole revocation questionnaire?
Ma'am, I sure do.
Okay. Your answers to those questions indicate that you do not qualify for appointed counsel. I do not see any retained counsel, so you'll be speaking for yourself today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to read into the record, and you need to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the statement to the violations, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Violation number 4, it was discovered that you had multiple social media accounts that did not have the required information, which is by law. For example, a Facebook account belonging to you was found under the name of Pinky McBliss. How do you plead?
Guilty with the statement.
Okay. And I also see you're in violation of number 10. You have no payments towards your supervision fees and are currently $1,008 in arrearage. How do you plead?
Guilty with the statement.
Since we don't have anyone speaking in opposition or in favor, I'll go ahead and take your statement now.
Yes, ma'am. In response to the rule number 4 violation, that was an old Facebook account. All the accounts was old. I did regain access to the accounts to change and put the required information on there required by law the same day that I was told about them. And as far as the payments to the parole, you know, it's hard getting a job as a sex offender. And I've been looking for work, and I've moved twice, and the registration fee here in Orleans Parish is quite hefty. So my parole officer told me to worry about paying the registration fees out first, or end up back in jail.
Okay. I just have to ask, you look like you've been in an altercation.
Yes, ma'am. I got jumped Sunday, and I've got a broke nose. I've got to have surgery on my nose and surgery, some like a plate put in. I got jumped. They went through my paperwork. I'm an inmate worker here at Orleans. I'm a trustee here. I've been a model inmate since I've been here, and I've seen mental health, put on mental health health medications, and I got jumped by 3 of them, 3 other inmates Sunday. They had went to my paperwork and found out that I was a sex offender, and took my store and so forth.
Okay. While you were on parole supervision, you were released June of 2023. 7/17, you tested positive for drugs. 9/11, positive for meth. 12/11, you were sent to outpatient treatment. Did you complete outpatient treatment?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I've been sober since that last test. You know, I was staying in the a worse part of New Orleans. I was staying in New Orleans East. When I moved from there into a better part of New Orleans, I was able to get clean and sober and so forth.
See. So, in the report, it indicates that you actually tried to contact your victim of the sex offense.
Okay, with that that was an anonymous caller. I haven't spoke to my victim. When I was in jail in St. Tammany Parish, when I was still fighting charges, I called my ex-boss. This was back in like 2020 or 2021. When I called my ex-boss, Mike Clark, I answered it. You know, when the phone picked up, it was my victim on the line, and I hung up. I haven't contacted my victim or heard from my victim since 2015. actually reached out to Mike in here and, was gonna say, hey, if you're still in contact with him, can you give him the right letter saying I haven't contacted him? So I haven't contacted him, nor none of his family or anything like that. Like even when I was at the sheriff's department speaking with Officer Henry about this, when he gave me the warning, he asked me what my victim's name was, and when I told him it was Nathan Mitchell, he said, no, that's not the name that they give. So as far as that, like I don't contact my victim, like my life's been messed up enough because of this charge here. I've got enough problems with it, enough grief over it, and I've just, I don't want to, cause myself any more problems than what I already have in life.
Well, contrary to that statement, the agent indicated that your Facebook was active and was last updated 7/8 of 2024. And so we're going to take the word of the agent, okay, because that's the person in law enforcement supervising you. Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, he knew better than that. That's all. I don't need any questions, thanks.
Okay, Ms. Stapleton?
And just to piggyback on Mr. Ledoux here, says you were told on 3 separate occasions, including prior to release and release and parole intake process. So you had 3 times that you were told.
But when I signed the contract,
and married sex offender, so you knew better, just like Mr. Prater said.
yes, ma'am. I did. Like I said, it was an old account. I didn't have access to it. It was a picture was put up of me put on there, but like when they asked me about it, I admitted, yeah, there's a Facebook account out there.
When you're
and I don't mind, I've told
you've been down the road, the expectations. And so if no one else has any questions, I'm prepared to vote, and I vote to revoke you, Mr. Brewer, based on lack of compliance with parole condition number 4. Mr. Price?
Concur.
Ms. Stapleton?
And I concur.
So today you have been revoked, sir.
Thank y'all. You have a great day. Bless y'all.
Okay, we need an officer to come in to ask about the last one.
Yeah.
Troy Bridges. Ma'am, we should have Mr. Troy Bridges next.
Mr. Bridges is at he's in the other building, back where Mr. Ronald Williams was.
Okay, so he's coming though?
He's on the other Zoom. You have to let him back on the other Zoom from the previous person.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, good afternoon. It's 12:37 and the parole board is impaneled in Baton Rouge. To my left is Ms. Stapleton. On virtual is Mr. Prater. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Could you state your name, sir, and your DOC number?
Troy Bridges, 95998.
Mr. Bridges, you're before this panel for possible violations of your conditions of parole. And I find that you were released, paroled in 2019, and then you were detained October of 2024. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the answers to that questionnaire indicate that you're not eligible for appointed counsel. And I don't see an attorney. So it looks like you're speaking for yourself today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, it's alleged that you committed a violation of number 4 on 10/13 of 2024 when you were arrested by the New Orleans Police Department and charged with domestic abuse battery. On 11/12/2024, the charges were refused. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
So tell me what happened, Mr. Bridges.
Well, we had like
Who is we? Who is we?
me and Miss Jefferson, we had like a dispute over a financial problem, right? Which something that I could have handled, I could have paid it, but I didn't. And you know, she got made behind that. All right, and I ended up leaving.
Did you do something before you left?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Wasn't there some evidence of some injuries?
Ma'am, because all right, I learned that the police was called and everything after I had done left. That something about the neighbor was supposed to call the police, you know, and alleged that I was supposed to have had some kind of physical competition with Miss Jefferson, which that never happened. With Miss Jefferson, I went to my parole officer and written a whole statement stating to him that ain't none of this even took place.
Okay. Well, there was some swelling and bruising on the victim. She indicates in her statement that someone else caused them. How long are you in an intimate relationship with Miss Jefferson?
Yeah, we've been in a relationship since 20.
Okay. Okay. And you know, I read in your report when you got out in 2019, you had a lot of problems with family members not doing things right, and you were really anxious to get out of that environment so that you didn't get caught up in that stuff again.
Right. I end up going to sleep in my truck. I end up buying a truck and I end up going to sleep in the truck.
Yeah. So I knew you had some problems with your, I guess, re-entry, your transition.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're 62. Are you receiving any kind of state benefits, any money from the state?
Yes, disabled, Social Security.
Okay. All right. Ms. Jefferson, if you can find a place to light so we can talk to you without you walking around, that would be very, very helpful. You'd like to make a statement to the panel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. What you'd like to speak to the panel?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Lakita Jefferson, and I just wanted to speak on Mr. Troy Bridges' behalf. I am the victim in the alleged incident. I myself did not call the police on Troy. Me and Troy only had a verbal disagreement There was swelling and stuff detected when the police came. That was from a previous incident. Me and Troy did not have anything physical going on. Yes, I was upset and angry. We did have a verbal altercation, and when the police came, I did speak with the police when they came. I don't wish any ill will or harm towards Troy. I feel like he's paid his debt to society, and this is all really has just been a big misunderstanding. He really does not deserve to still be in there behind this incident.
So were the police ever called previously for disputes?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. This was the first incident ever where police were ever called.
Will you be maintaining a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Bridges, do you know how much time you back up if you are revoked?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot.
Yes, ma'am.
The rest of your life, likely. Mr. Bridges, have you ever taken any kind of domestic violence classes or anything like that, or in prison, any anger management or anything?
I believe I took that anger management class up. Yeah,
Okay.
I took a lot of programs up.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Tell me, I'd like to ask the victim or alleged victim or whatever they refer to her as, how did the swelling and all get around your eye, and what the officer explains or describes in his report? How did that happen?
That was actually from a previous altercation that I had with someone else.
Well, tell me when that happened, because the officer said your eye was beginning to swell.
So prior to the altercation with me and Troy, there was a physical altercation that I had maybe like a day before. But like I stated in my statement, me and Troy, nothing physical transpired between me and Mr. Bridges. It was only verbal.
Has he ever slapped you around or beat you up or done anything like that?
No, sir.
So you just lied to the police when you filled out this 5 risk questions?
Sir?
The officer Stewart asked you 5 questions and you responded to them. Do you remember those?
Honestly, I was very upset at the time of the incident when the officer came. And honestly, I do not even remember my response to any of his questions.
Well, although you're getting off that easy, you really shouldn't get off that easy.
I
Because
understand.
you're wasting a lot of our time. And I think that's a bunch of, never mind. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Stapleton?
Yeah, I'm gonna help you out because the officer takes good notes because it's an affidavit on their part. And he did ask 5 specific questions. And one of them was, do you think you'll be seriously injured or killed? And yes, he was coming back to shoot up the house. And then on number 2, how frequently is the threat or the assault against you? And you answered frequently, and it's getting worse. Number 3, describe a time you're most frightened or injured by him. And the victim's response was today. They asked about, was a weapon used? And your answer was no weapon today. And on the 5th question, does he possess or have access to firearms? Your answer was yes, he does have access to firearms. And has he threatened you or tried to control you with a firearm? And your answer is yes. Can you describe the type? And you said no. So you answered very specifically on everything. I don't know how you forget that.
And as I said, at the time of the incident, I was very upset. Like I said, me and Troy did have a verbal altercation. I was very upset. And no, I do not remember any of those responses to the officer.
Okay, well, they're in the report. That's all I had to say.
I understand.
I'd like to go into an executive session if the panel would.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Roll call.
Yes.
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton.
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yes.
Steve Prater.
Yes.
Going in a separate session to talk things amongst themselves.
Okay, sir, just one moment. We're back in session, roll call.
Jared Ledoux,
Here.
Carol Stapleton.
Here.
Steve Brewer.
Here.
Okay, okay, so, Mr. Bridges,
Yes, ma'am.
at the time that you, were the hearing, your charges were dismissed, the court made a ruling that the defendant should go through a domestic protective, that they ordered a protective order. Did you know that? That the court ordered a protective order, that you would not have contact with your victim?
I don't recall that.
It could have been released based on the drop charges, because they drop the charges later, and they usually do put a protective order when they have these kind of cases. But I'm a little concerned about your contact with your victim.
Which I ain't never had a problem with her. I'm being honest with you. I ain't never had no problem with her. You know, 'cause, all right, the thing that she probably that she told the police out of being bad trying to hurt me. All that was a lie. She lied to the police. I didn't do none of those things. I'm being honest with you. I ain't do none of them things. You think I'm gonna sacrifice my freedom? 2047. I'm 62 years old.
I know. So do you understand our concern about you having contact with her?
Yeah, I can cut that off. I can stop that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because today I'm going to vote to not revoke you based on certain conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
Number one is no contact with the victim, Miss
Yes, ma'am.
Peter Jefferson. And number two is that you go take a domestic violence intervention program just to be safe, just for your benefit. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my vote today is to do not revoke with conditions. Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to concur with that, but I want to make sure that, and since the victim, quote victim, who wasn't the victim, that whatever, I want her to hear it also, what we're telling him. Okay, Mr. Bridges, you can't call her on the phone. You can't take her phone calls. You can't go see her. She can't come see you. You have no contact. Y'all can't meet at the restaurant. You can't meet at the bar. You can't have any contact whatsoever. And you shouldn't want to, because you saying she never hurt you. She did hurt you. She's the reason that you're in jail. And she's admitted to lying about it. So if my vote also is to not revoke you today, but I want both of y'all to understand y'all's relationship is over. Y'all are bad chemistry.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Stapleton?
I concur with both things that you've heard, and we're serious, and you need to be too. So no contact order and domestic violence intervention program, and for you to complete it, and it's a 26-week program.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You got a break today, Mr. Bridges.
Yeah. And thank y'all.
2047, that's what you're looking at. 2047 if you contact that woman again.
Yes, sir.
You and your parole officer need to get together and make sure that y'all are all on the same pages, okay?
Okay, all right.
Get back in
I
touch.
will.
Okay, that concludes our business at Orleans Parish Prison. It's 12:57 and we're adjourning for the day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah.